Fans, we're going to have a slight delay in the start of our first race as we are having some technical problems with our video display. We expect to have it fixed very shortly. We'll give you an update on the new first race post time. Slight delay in the start of race number 1. Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway. Fans, we had a little technical problem, but we're ready to rock and roll. We'll get right to the changes. We're just a couple of minutes away from post time, and we only have a couple of changes, so that will be quick. Fans, note there are only two changes. I'll tell you them right now. In race 1, it's just an equipment change on 9, the Dark Panther, blind bridle to blinkers. Race 1, 9, the Dark Panther, blind bridle to blinkers. And then we have a scratch in race number 6. Note that number 1, Go 9-0, is out of the 6th. Race 6 will go without Go 9-0. That is race 6, scratch 1. Those are the only two changes. Field 4, race number 1 on Parade 1. DM Snake Plissken, Damian McClellan for Mark Winnicott, and Donald Smith and Donna Parker. Number 2 is Redland Wrangler, Austin Sawyer for Steve Charlton and Kathleen Charlton. 3 is Macauco, Daryl Thiessen for Darren Rayner and Mary Harris. 4 is No Partners, Scott Calder for Stephen Taylor and Brett Taylor. 5 is Malvolio, Bruce Richardson for Jacob Murray and Jason Albrecht. 6, Written in Stone, Sammy Filia for Brenda Duncan and David Duncan. 7 is Always Be Melman, Jason Ryan for Wayne Smith. 8 is Keep America Great, Garrett Rooney for Yvette Gallant. And 9 is The Dark Panther, Dale Spence for Ken Duncan. Equipment change, blind throttle blinkers. Field of 9, race number 1. We'll bring in Sugar Doyle. We'll welcome Sugar in to discuss this field for race 1. We got a little bit behind. We had some technical difficulties, and I was told it's all your fault. I told you, buddy, don't jam that knife into that electrical socket. That's not a good idea.
Oh boy, I know all about the tech glitches. We have them now and then in London. It's just something that happens with live broadcasting, right? But let's get right to it. I'm going to go to the 6, Written in Stone. And by the way, I do like the lineup for Sammy Filion most of the night at the river. So I'm going to try to start things up at a price. 6-1 currently on Written in Stone. Second best, 55-4 in the latest, and that's the best trip that horse has gone in a long, long time, Gary.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, you're taking a flyer on one, and that at least is coming in off of a really good race. 7th at the top of the stretch and finished 2nd in 55-4, flying. So, yeah, and I anticipate you'll be able to hold a price there with Written in Stone. Your second choice is my top one DM Snake Plissken. There were some times last year I saw this guy and really loved him, but then sometimes he couldn't put it all together. He's a little bit iffy, but his best can be really good. Last race wasn't his best, though, at Georgian Downs. Second start off of a layoff.
Yeah, that was my angle with this one. The second start back off a brief rest. We've seen Damian McClellan put them in play when he's got them up close or on the lead there at the river. He usually sticks around late. So at 3-1, look for the rail horse here to be racing up close in this one, getting a big piece.
And I can mention that is my top pick. Your next one is number 2, Redland Wrangler. This is one that the problem with Redland Wrangler on top, which you don't have on top, it's kind of got a case of seconditis. Last year, 13 runner-up finishes, and this year 3. Only 2 wins during that period.
That's right. He is camera shy in 2025, winless thus far coming in. Trainer Steve Charlton, he co-owns as well. He was aboard last time out, and he was able to plug right in from the back tier spot to ride up close in third. Tonight, Steve recruiting Austin Sorry for the drive, leading driver in all of Canada for wins thus far in 2025. So you can't go wrong with Austin hopping on 2, Redland Wrangler.
And then to round out the ticket, you got one at a price, 14-1, number 7, Always Be Melman.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to do about the remainder of my top 4 here. So, at 9-2, I didn't think we'd be getting a big price like 14-1 right now. But that I'm a big fan of Jason Ryan over the Rivers 5/8 track. He did good things there last season, and he could put this one in play and hit that superfecta at a price. Right now, I'm surprised to see the 4 No Partners, a current favorite, Gary.
That's my second choice, number 4, No Partners. So, look, scratch vet sick last race, so before that race, May 24th, and that wasn't a great start. You see a couple at Flamborough in earlier part in May was good, but look, the overall record this season is decent this year and last year. I went to No Partners after DM Snake Plissken, 2-1, getting a lot of love. You didn't have a lot of love for this one.
Yeah, it's just that 1 month between starts. Like he's finishing a well-beaten ninth in his latest over Flambeau's half mile on May 24th, and then of course he probably scoped sick after that race. Been away for a month, and I just want to see him once before I try him.
Yeah, and look at that middle half that he went before he kind of tired out, and I think that was the sign. And but Scotty Coulter for Stephen Taylor. Stephen's got good numbers. If you have a chance, you could
Hmm.
squeeze in a pick five ticket if you want to run quickly.
Yeah, that's right. The pick five play. I went five deep to start things up. One, two, three, six, and seven. The opening leg. No four still, Gary. I'm three deep in the second with two, three, five. Then I'm on 1-8, the middle leg, race three. Fourth race, we're on the 1 and 2. We went inside the Delphi Hanover Beach Bank group of trotters. Those are the morning line favorites in there. And on the end, I like 7, Marie H to double up. And I like the 8, Baden Baden at a price. Daryl Thiessen on board.
Couple of outside post positions, and look, I did use the 3 and 7 in the fifth, so you do have to like Marie H. I also went with International Love in that fifth race. That's my top horse, so we have a difference of opinion there. We'll see how it unfolds here.
Mm-hmm.
Your top pick is number 6, Written in Stone, sitting at 5-1, but I still have strong memories of DM Snake Plissken really impressing me, but he can be a little bit of an in or outer. We'll see if he's in or out here in this one, but he's getting a lot of love now at 2-1. DM Snake Plissken, Redline Wrangler, Macalco on the inside, on the center, no partners, Malvolio. To the outside, Written in Stone, always be Melman and Keep America Great. The second tier, the Dark Panther. Field at number 1, gathering their speed. Field for the first race is at the start of the rough. Redland Wrangler and no partners, and then Malvolio, DM Snake Plissken. Then it is Macalco and Written in Stone. Back to the Dark Panther. Always be Melman and Keep America Great. Redland Wrangler was able to wrangle the early lead. No partners is racing second. DM Snake Plissken racing position third. The field works their way past that opening quarter. Malvolio is fourth in front of Macalco. Then back to Written in Stone and the Dark Panther. But right now on top, Redline Wrangler and Austin Sorry. No partners is right there enjoying the view in the pocket as they race their way on past us. And then DM Snake Plissken is forwardly placed. Malvolio fourth. And there goes Written in Stone now moving up. Written in Stone is coming on aggressively. And then further back as the field works their way into the backstretch, it is Macalco. And then the Dark Panther, and always be Melman. Halftime 57, a 30-second breather off that 27 quarter. Redland Wrangler, no partners in the pocket. DM Snake Plissken on the outside is trying to chip away and is about 2 1/4 from the lead, now about 2 from the front, and is now trying to take over second and grab it from no partners as those two are chasing Redland Wrangler. Written in Stone is advanced up to fourth, Malvolio is fifth, sixth is Macalco, and then it is back further to the Dark Panther and always be Melman, but it's still Redland Wrangler. Redland Wrangler, no partners, is waiting for the passing lane. DM Snake Plissken is snaking up closer now and is able to slither right up alongside Redland Wrangler, and Written in Stone is coming. 3/4, 125-2, and Written in Stone is out wide. Written in Stone and DM Snake Plissken up the inside. No partners. Written in Stone, no partners, and DM Snake Plissken as they come to the finish. It is close, but it looked like Written in Stone over no partners with DM Snake Plissken third, 155-4. Well, we had a difference of opinion in this race, and your top one and one of my top ones were all right there, but it looked like Written in Stone, a price horse in race number 1 at 8-1, Sugar.
I loved him off his last line. Now I know he was a big price, like 44-1, finishing second. So I figured there'd be some kind of price on him tonight. I didn't think we'd get the 8-1. I thought he was hovering around that 5 or 6-1 mark. I just hope he got there, Gary. I mean, the 4, no partners, was punching on through late.
Well, listen, I'll say the same thing I said to Robert a few times last year. Who did the announcer call?
You're rarely wrong, and you've mentioned to me before the wide side gets the edge, right?
Yeah, and look, we're going to look at the slow-mo. I felt pretty confident that it was Written in Stone. I could be wrong, but no,
Yes.
I'm not. 6-4-1-2.
I like it. That's a great way to start. You know, Conley Ecclestone had the big 10-1 start. this week one night, and I said I was going to go after one. There it is, Gary.
Well, and if I would have taken your top horse onto my next three, then I would have had it. But you are the one on top with written in stone, and you wrote it down with some conviction, and you came in flying. Well, written in stone. I kind of doubted you, but that last race, that was the clue. Much better.
Well, even his last two with Sammy Filion on board, those are two big improved miles. And tonight, never better. New lifetime best. I love to see it, but when a horse is kind of not showing much, you look down through the April and May lines, and then late May, a big turn, 56 and 4 trip, and then 55 and 4, and the latest goes right back to that time tonight for a win.
Yeah, only two top three finishes in the past 21, so I shied away. But you didn't shy away, and you cash a written in stone, and you start off your pick five. So I'm glad that we squeezed in your pick five thoughts, because if somebody's with you,
Nice.
they're starting a pick five off with an 8-1 written in stone. 6-4-1-2. Coming back in front of us is number six, written in stone. Written in stone is a 7-year-old sports rider bay horse owned by Brenda and Dave Duncan. Brenda Duncan, the trainer. Sammy Filion is the winning driver. It's the first win in a couple of seasons. Second lifetime for written in stone. 155 and 4. First race payout six written in stone. 1890, 570, and 570. Four no partners, 390, 250. One DM Snake Plissken, 240. $2 exactor, 127.40. Dollar try, 107.40. Dollar super, 358.20. 20-cent super, 71.64. First race, order of finish from the tops at 345-271-698. That's 345-271-698.
Yeah, there we go. Just like that. Live from Grant River Raceway Studios in London. Sugar Doyle with you, setting up the early pick four play. We got a nice price player starting up a pick five play, well over $5,000 in that early pick five pool. 8-1 shot written in stone. Sammy Filion, we mentioned we like his lineup tonight. Not so much in this race, but I do like Sammy's chances in race number 3. But let's bring up some pick four ticket ideas. We've got a $2,500 guaranteed pool here for the pick four play, starting up in race number 2, an all trot pick four. Trotters throughout races 2 through 5 for this multi-leg sequence. The opening leg, I went with 2 Fateful, 3 Sweet Emily T, and a 5 JM Win Shear. We mentioned we like Sammy's lineup tonight. Well, using him in the third with 1 PC Peterbilt, and also going outside to the 8, Stonebridge, Glee, and Thiessen. Over to race number 4, we went back to the inside with 1 Delphi Hanover and a 2 Beach Bank. The morning line favorites kind of popping off the page there in race number 4. Back to the outside in race number 5, the final leg, Marie H. She could be good to go to double up over the river. Number 8, Baden. Going to be one of those horses that I believe will fly under the radar tonight. And if she can get away cleanly, beware of 8 Baden for Thiessen in race number 5. I'm in for just $4.80 on a 20-cent wager. Gary Guy's pick four ticket idea. We'll bring that one up as well. Gary Guy in to go for an early pick four at the river. Might be able to bring that one to you here.
It's so smart that they're having trouble bringing it up. That's the problem.
Look at that, just like that. Gary's got to go 3 deep. The opening leg, race 2. He's on the 3, 4, and 2. Of course, 3 Sweet Emily T being his top choice. Over into the third race. He's on the 1 for Sammy, PC Peterbilt, as well as that 5 Lunar Halo. That's a nice trotting colt for Alfie Carroll. The fourth race, Gary went to 2 and 1 on the end of it. He's 3-7. Gary's in for $4.80 as well on his early pick four.
Okay, hold on. Piece that up and down. Yay! Good.
Field on post parade for the second one. Jam Celebrity, Scotty Quilliver, Steve Watson. Number 2 is Fateful, Jason Ryan for Jacques Dupont. 3 is Sweet Emily T. Mark Etzel drives and trains for Lindsey Turner and Don Burnett. And number 4, Grace, The Secret, Nick Boyd for Greg McNair and Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. 5 is Jam Windshear, Daryl Thiessen for Matt Dupuis and Joe Muskokeman. And number 6 is T.H. Walker, Bruce Richardson for Joe Coffey and Peter Irwin. And number 7, She's Got Tricks, Garrett Mooney for Madeline Henry and Kingston Henry. And we're a Green Wing, Sammy Filia for Julie Walker and Murray Bradshaw. Field of 8, race number 2. Well, we had a little technical difficulty just there before the second race with the parade coming out, but we managed to get your pick 4 ticket out, which is the most important thing because you already kicked in with that written in stone in the first race at 8-1, and you're laying number 2 Fateful on top of your other 2, Sweet Emily T and 5 Jam Windshear. Fateful, you think this one's going to have a really nice fade after the last couple at Mohawk not being all that great?
Well, here's the thing. I think this is an easier spot for Fateful, and I do like the fact that she's been trotting home in 28 seconds and change in each of her last 4 outings. A couple of them were qualifiers out of May and into June, and then a couple of goes over the big track. So trying to maybe find some class relief here when showing up at the river. Daughter of FaceTime Bourbon here. Again, it's those last quarters in 28 and change. I think she'll be on. I think she'll be okay here on the 5/8 tonight. A 5/8 mile debut.
Yeah, and pretty good back half in each of the last couple, so she does kick in the later going, and now she has a good post. Those were both post 7. Sweet Emily T, my top one, is your second choice, and certainly that last race was good.
Yeah, and I was liking her last time out. She parked through an opening quarter, she cleared, and then she was almost getting there, just tracked down late by Delphi Hanover. So definitely going in the right direction here for Trot Man Mark Etzel. He's a co-owner, trainer, and driver. Does it all with this Daughter of Six Pack. All she has to do, Gary, is mind her manners.
Number 5, J.M. Windshear, also one of the 3 you used on that pick 5 that you're alive with, and with a nice price. And you kind of can like that last start here from the trailer post, was actually able to be pretty competitive.
Yeah, I like that line. A tough spot to win from on any Ontario track, and that is from the trailing spot anywhere on a half miler or a 5/8. J.M. Windshear was out a long ways, traveling first up, trotted a nice middle half, and did not fade in the late going. Held the position to be third in there. The addition of Lasix right off the bat in the career debut. So second time Lasix angle right here with number 5, J.M. Windshear. Daryl Thiessen, another driver here at the river tonight where I do like the lineup.
And I used 3 horses here in the pick 5. It doesn't really matter because I'm out of the action with written in stone. I wasn't with you on that one. But the thing with Grace's Secret, trained by Greg McNair, I think he had a couple of wins here. Maybe 3 here on Wednesday.
He was sending winners in behind the gate. I think it might have been 3 in a row. Yeah. So anytime you see the McNair horses showing up here over the next week or two, you might want to think twice. And that's what you've got right here at number 4, Grace's Secret. Second best effort over the Dresden half miler in the latest. That was in a Prospect Series race. Was on the 5/8 at Kawartha, finishing third there as well. Just got to drop some time. Got to shave a second or 2 off to be very competitive. I know I've included this one in the top 4. I just couldn't place this one any higher, Gary.
Well, I put this one all the way up to second, so we'll see. But I just think those 2 Prospect Series races, yeah, you can look at the time. But I remember what Robert Reed always said to me about time. He said, time only matters if you're in prison.
I heard that years and years ago. There was a gentleman by the name of James Roach McGregor. He was one of the top horsemen back in the 60s, 70s, and into the 80s around Prince Edward Island. And yeah, that was a comment he made many a time decades ago. Time only means something when you're in jail. Yeah.
Well, I'm planning to not find out on whether that is true or false. So, we're gonna try. We're gonna try to just behave enough that I don't wind up finding out that particular possible truth. We have a field of 8 in here. Your top one, number 2, Fateful, even money. But I'm on 3, Sweet Emily T. We're just getting close to post time here, and we'll see. I love that you're alive in that pick 5 off of an 8-1 shot. So you've got 3 horses to keep it going. The 2, 3, and 5. In fact, it'd be nice if you could actually bring in a 5 here at 6-1. J.M. Windshear, certainly Daryl Thiessen giving this one a chance. It's J.M. Celebrity, Fateful, Sweet Emily T on the inside. Grace's Secret, J.M. Windshear in the center. T.H. Walker, She's Got Tricks and Green Wings. Field of 8. Race number 2. They're about to turn into the backstretch. And She's Got Tricks is off stride. And they're at the start of the rough. Grace's Secret and Jam Windshear, Jam Celebrity, Sweet Emily T. And then on the inside, as the field works around the turn, that is Fateful. But right now, Jam Windshear isn't worried about the wind shear, is driving hard and leads by about 4. Jam Celebrity second, Grace's Secret third. Then it is back to Fateful and Sweet Emily T. T.H. Walker and Green Wings, and a break from She's Got Tricks early is back trailing the field, but Jam Windshear at 6-1, 28-3 opening quarter. Jam Windshear leads for Daryl Thiessen. Jam Celebrity is racing position second. Sweet Emily T is on the outside, first up third. Grace's Secret is fourth down to the inside, and Fateful is following Sweet Emily T on the outside. Then it is T.H. Walker and Green Wings. And they work their way on up to the half, 28-3 opening quarter. And Jam Windshear has really looked dominant so far. Leads by about 4. Jam Celebrity, Sweet Emily T, Grace's Secret and Fateful, and then T.H. Walker and Green Wings, and they race on towards 3/4, and Jam Windshear continues to march with authority. Jam Celebrity trying to hold off Sweet Emily T for second. Sweet Emily T has come on to take over second, but still about 4.5 off the lead of Jam Windshear. Jam Celebrity is third. Racing position fourth is Fateful. The 2-5 favorite has a lot of work to do and is rolling up 3 wide, but is kicking in now, but is about 4.5 or 5 off the lead. 3/4, 129-1. Jam Windshear, Fateful, and then Sweet Emily T. Jam Windshear now is slowing a bit at the top of the stretch, and Daryl Thiessen's going to work. And on the outside, Fateful. On down the stretch, Rob, Jam Windshear and Fateful and Sweet Emily T. Jam Windshear, Fateful on the outside is closing hard. Jam Windshear and Fateful. It is close, and I'm not even really sure, but it is close between those two. And then Sweet Emily T finished third, and then Grace's Secret 159 flat. And your top couple are right there, 2 of your top 3, and in terms of price for the pick 5, you'd be happier if it was Jam Windshear over that heavily favored Fateful, who went off at 2-5. Sugar.
Oh, Gary, it's too close to call, right? I mean, I did pick the 2 on top, but I definitely want the 6 or the 5 that is holding on to win here. He's 6-1, or she's 6-1. Big effort there, left alone throughout, but then when it was time to go for Fateful, Jam Windshear had to go as well, and this is a big late surge by the 2 Fateful. I'm just not sure which one got there.
I seldom shy away from calling, but it was really hard to tell exactly. There comes the wire.
Oh.
Well, that's why I didn't call it. And I do think now what we saw there maybe is Fateful, but I was leaning that way. But I'll tell you, we're only talking a few inches either way. But regardless,
right. They're on the line together regardless. I mean, take nothing away from either one's effort. I mean, the 5 went a big one, trying to go all the way. The 2 with that big late push was on a very wide side around that final turn. And I wasn't sure if that was taking anything away from Fateful, but
there it is.
She gets the 5 winner.
Yeah, better for you if it was the 5, and I mentioned it'd be nice to follow up that 8-1 with a 6-1. But when Fateful at the top of the stretch, I felt that Fateful was going to have the better fate.
All the momentum was in her favor. I mean, here was trying to steal one, really. She got a decent half in, and you mentioned she was kind of dominating early, but tried to steal it through her. But Fateful, when she kicked it in, showing those in 28, right? That's where it all paid off for this one.
And you were right about the closing. That was the thing you mentioned about the closing speed of Fateful. Well, closed by enough to win by a couple of inches. And Fateful back in front of us at 3-year-old FaceTime. Bay filling, owned by CSL Stable. Jacques Dupont, the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning driver. Fateful Victorious, mile of 1:59. The second race payouts: 2 Fateful, 290, 230, 210. 5 Jam Windshear, 470, 280, and 3 Sweet Emily T, 240. $2 Exactor, 950. Dollar Try, 1030. Dollar Super, 31.25. $2 double of 6 and 2, $45. There's a look at the paddock camera presented by the Ontario Equine Education and Employment Program. Field 4, race number 3 is on parade, and one is PC Peterbilt, Sammy Fillioffer, Julie Walker. Number 2 is Limited Large, Lauren House, drives for Chantel Ruiz. Number 3 is Verlicamp, Jason Ryan for John Yank and Jordan McGrail and Deborah McGrail and Matthew Chappell. And number 4 is LMC Little Chipsdale Spence for Mackenzie Spence at the Cardinal Stable. 5 is Lunar Halo, Alfie Carroll for Angela Carroll. Number 6, Masterwork Austin Sorry for JF McGuire and John Allaire and Gino Bilodeau and Anne Marie Demers and GT Stables. Number 7 is Eartha Gay, Garrett Ernie for Steve Bossons and Derek Reed and Richard Thompson and Dr. Robert Boyce. 8 is Stonebridge Glee, Daryl Thiessen for Jacob Roberts and Russ Ellis. And 9 is Massive Gold, Bruce Richardson for Sandy Lawrence, and There Goes My Pension Stable and Colin Davis. It's a field of 9 for race number 3. Let's get a quick look at this field. And, well, right now, your top pick, number 8, Stonebridge Glee, is sitting at 5-2. You might have been thinking you could get more of a price.
I was hoping for more of a price from that outside post 8. Now, if we were on the half modder, this horse would likely be 15 or 20 to 1, right? Half modder at the Grand River was not too kind to the outside post 8. But now that we're on this 5/8 beginning last season and into 2025, them outside posts are not a bad deal at all. And this horse looks fresh. Son of Muscle Mass coming in off the win, 57-3. Trip last time out, and that was at a price. 10 to 1 on that occasion for trainer Jake Roberts. Brett McDonald was on board. Nothing wrong with the catch driving assignment task here for Daryl Thiessen, and almost was on the line first in race number 2 at a price. So we'll give him a shot here. I've mentioned it a few times. You know, anytime I saw Daryl leaving post 7 in London, had no trouble at all timing it on the outside and looking for the lead. And he's got some early speed to work with there.
And before that last race, this is one that was 0 for 15 in the win column. Now looks to make it back-to-back wins. Number 1, PC Peterbilt, is one that had to come trucking out from the trailer post last race and kicked in late to pick up a 4th, but now gets the inside.
Oh, you know, I had numbers scratched, written down, scratched out, written down, scratched. I was everywhere, to be honest, in this race, Gary. I actually had this one PC Peterbilt on top at one time, but I said, I kind of like that 8 just a little more. Well, right now, horse players are heavy on this one, 3-5. Second start back off a layoff, and now picks up Sammy Fillion, who's been doing it well here at the River.
Yeah, and this is my top pick, PC Peterbilt. You know, one that you could be living at large on your ticket from post 2, 9 to 1. There's some form at London. The last race here tired a little bit in the late going, but you saw some good starts over at Western Fair.
Right. It was almost 3 weeks between starts prior to that latest as well, Gary. So maybe a little tighter for this one. Did show the 58 speed in the latest over Grand River when riding up close. And I could see him finding a similar trip in here and maybe able to drop a second, which would be all he'd need be right there at the finish. I think this horse can trot 57 tonight.
Yeah, that shorter rotation, I think that's really key, coming back
Right.
a little tighter. And also, this is one that's having a really good year. 20 starts, 34,000 comparatively into this class. That's pretty good. Number 5, Lunar Halo, is my second choice. And Alfie Carroll, this is one that I thought was, trailer post prospect series. Dresden came on to finish second. 59 and 2 over Dresden's actually a decent mile.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, when I first came to London 10, 11 years ago, Alfie Carroll was the leading driver at the time, and he was very busy. Not as busy in the last few seasons. I know he loves to hunt, and he's still into the horses pretty good, but he does love his hunting. This is a really really good looking colt, son of Archangel. I've loved this trotter, and they've brought him along nicely. It's the brother sister duo of Alfie and Angie Carroll. Lunar Halo. All he has to do is stay in contention, Gary. If he's with them, turning for home, look out.
And also, this is one that's got 3 runner-up finishes in the past 4 starts. Lunar Halo. I use this one for second. That might be a good spot, but certainly at a price of 9-1. And you left this one off that pick 5 ticket. You're going just 8
Oh,
Stonebridge Glee and 1
I
PC
know.
Peterbilt.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, he was one of my favorites during the spring part of the race meet in London. I knew he was being poured towards that London Classic yearling sales series, and he fared pretty good in there. Had a couple of runner-up finishes and finished fourth in the final, but I'll give him a shot here at 9-1.
Now, number 8, Stonebridge Glee, has risen up a little bit for you. Well, up to 72, now comes back down to 3-1. We'll see how it unfolds here. PC
Right.
Peterbilt, living at large. Verlicamp on the inside. LMC Little Chips and Lunar Halo with Masterwork in the center. The outsider at the K, Stonebridge Glee, and Massive Gold. It's a field of 9. It's the third dash on a fabulous Friday night. Field 4, race number 3, approaching the start. And the field 4, race number 3, is at the start of the rough, and Eartha K goes off stride. Stonebridge Glee is driving right out, living at large on the inside, and Verlicam living at large with the lead, but Stonebridge Glee and Daryl Thiessen wants to come on and lead the choir past the opening quarter. Stonebridge Glee is on top, living at large is second, Verlicamp is third, PC Peterbilt trucks along fourth, and then LMC Little Chips and Lunar Halo. Then it is Massive Gold and Masterwork. Stonebridge Glee at 3-1 has the lead. Now PC Peterbilt is up and driving on the outside, and PC Peterbilt now is driving hard and wants to come on and clear to the front and is able to do so. Then Stonebridge Glee is racing second as they roll past us off that opening quarter at 28, and the field heads up towards the half, and living at large is third. LMC Little Chips and then Lunar Halo is fifth, and then it is back to Massive Gold and Masterwork and Eartha K. And the field works their way on down the backstretch. And off that half of 56-2, PC Peterbilt is now built a lead of about 4. Stonebridge Glee is racing second, living at large third, and Verlicamp is 4, but the field is spread out in behind PC Peterbilt. Fifth is LMC Little Chips right now. Masterwork is working a little harder on the outside and has grabbed 6 from Lunar Halo. And then it is back further to Massive Gold and Eartha K. And the field works their way on towards the top of the stretch off 3/4 of 125. PC Peterbilt is leading right now. PC Peterbilt is in front by about 2 1/4. Stonebridge Glee is racing second. Living at large is third. LMC Little Chips and Verlicamp. Field turns for home. PC Peterbilt and Stonebridge Glee as they come on to the finish. PC Peterbilt is getting a little weary. PC Peterbilt, though, is going to try to hold on. PC Peterbilt will hold on. Stonebridge Glee was second, beaten about 3/4. Then Living at large, and LMC Little Chips 150, 5-4. PC Peterbilt. Well, you had the right 2 in this race, the wrong order, but still, PC Peterbilt, 3-5 on the board, raced like it.
Yeah, you bet. Both the 1 PC Peterbilt and the 8 Stonebridge Glee. They dropped some time. Even the 2 Living at large, we thought he'd be tighter and show a little more, and in fact he did as well, Gary. So the 1, 2, and 8 for me, all racing on form in there. The surprise for me would be the 4th best finisher, LMC Little Chips. Got to be a price.
Yeah, and those are your top 3 also. You called it an 8-1-2, so it comes a 1-8-2, so that's pretty fine. And look, you're still alive with that pick 5. It would have been nicer to get down
Yes.
Stonebridge Glee at 3-1. But take nothing away from Stonebridge Glee. That was mostly the post position eventually. Just that's the difference.
Yeah, you know what? He was gapping the gate, and I wasn't sure what his angle was going to be, but it was all about timing. I mentioned he loved timing that outside post in London, and here's the outside post at Grand River. Daryl Thiessen timed that perfectly. Hey, we mentioned off the top of the show, great lineups for both the Filion and Thiessen tonight, and there's Filion in for two already.
Yeah, and PC Peterbilt, it is a 3-5 shot, but a 1-8-2-4 still alive in the pick five. We'll see if you can keep it going in the fourth race. Rolling on back in front of us, one PC Peterbilt, a 5-year-old My MVP Bay Gelding, owned by Peter Clements, trained by Julie Walker, Semi Filion the winning drive. It's the third win this year and the fifth lifetime for PC Peterbilt. And the driving double on the evening for Sammy Filion. The third race, payouts 1 PC Peterbilt 342.32.10, 8 Stonebridge Glee 322.52, living at large 250, $2 exactory 11.50, dollar try 13.45, dollar super 169.75, 20 cents super 33.95. The third race, order finish from the top, to 136,485,927. That's 136,485,927. And fans, there's a look at the fans. There's a look at the Grandway patio, and what a fine patio. We've got some groups out on the patio on this Friday evening. Our VIP celebrating this evening, and we have the Walusa group, WLUSA, the Walusa group. Also the AALP Class 20 group and the Griffin Gallop group. Hope you enjoy your Friday evening on the Grandway patio. And also, fans, you can book your 2025 Grandway patio party and get a VIP experience right next to the track. And in the program, you'll notice that you can contact bookings at thegrandway.com. That's bookings at thegrandway.com. There was a look at our Patio camera presented by the Ontario Equine Education and Employment Program. Field on post parade for the fourth one. Delphi Hanover Sam Filia for Brenda Lane. It's got McEnany and Mark Lane. Number 2, Beach Bank, Austin Sorry for Rick Ziron and Hut Racing. And number 3, Just Fabulous, Scotty Gulliver, Shane Weber, and Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 4 is Heartily, Jason Ryan for Julie Walker and Murray Ferguson Jr. And number 5 is PL Slim, Daryl Cheeson for Matt DeWee and Princely Acres. Number 6, Timel Emerald. Mark Etzel drives and trains for Timel Farms. Number 7, Hobnob Hanover. Pat Houdon drives and trains for Sean Garvey. And number 8 is Kid Ego. Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and Listable Livestock Limited. It's a field of 8 for race number 4. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, both of us are banking on Rick Ziron with Austin Sorey here in this 4th race. Number 2, Beach Bank. Good last race.
Indeed, rounding into form now, this being the 3rd start of the season. Shaved some time off his Woodbine going over the sloppy track there in May. Comes into Grand River, 2-hole ride throughout, finishing second best to one we'll see, one we may have seen earlier. Was Marie H? No, Marie H is up in the 5th tonight. We'll see that one later. But yeah, second best, 57 and 2 speed. I think that's what you'll have to go to win it again here. 57 speed to win it. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see 56 here, Gary.
And also a key comment is back on a tighter rotation. Was about 3 weeks between starts 1 and 2, and now comes back a week later. So Beach Bank, we're banking on this one 8-5. But you know what? One that might have something to say about things is the one on the inside, Delphi Hanover.
Delphi Hanover and Sammy, right? He was on board for the victory last time out. That was after, got involved with some braking issues. So the trotting hopples went back on, and there wasn't a whole lot of early speed. Was parked throughout to win in 59 and 4. So more than capable of shaving some time off that latest effort. I just don't think there's a whole lot of gate speed, and that's why I went to the 2 on top. The 2 should be situated up close, where this one, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of early speed from the rail.
And probably driven carefully from the inside, because you see all those X's on the dance card. This is one that, just probably might be eased out of there. Also a young trotter, 7 starts, but still relatively young, early in the 3-year-old campaign on the inside. It can sometimes be iffy. 8-5, though, getting a lot of love is the second choice. Number 3, Just Fabulous, is one that I think that last race was fabulous enough to be a consideration here for the try.
Oh, for sure. Just Fabulous. Second start back. Second start of the season. And there's that second time Lasix angle. And we've touched on this a few times tonight already. Before that last start, about 3 weeks between the qualifier and that season debut. So more than capable of dropping a second or 2 here. I think she's got a trot in 58 to hit the top 3, but I think the second start back and the second time Lasix angle can get her there.
And then number 7, Hobnob Hanover. Well, Pat was hobnobbing with the fields over there at Mohawk with this one, but decided that, you know what, maybe I need a different place to come. And Pat's had a little success here of late, and Grumpy Pat Houdon and Hobnob Hanover 4-1.
You mentioned success here in recent weeks, and why not bring his trotting filly by Waltner in? She's showing that quick final quarter speed where we saw from the Faithful back in race 2, right? Those quarters in 28 coming home. So maybe a big push for this one on the end of the mile. This one actually shows a 27 and 4 final quarter back in late April and into May. And even the last time out, she's home in 28 and 3. So I'm not sure what we're going to see early from this one, but she should be able to kick home late.
Yeah, good chance to see Pat with the big wide grin on his face at the end. I joke calling him Grumpy Pat because the guy just never stops smiling and laughing and being a character. Hobnob Hanover, definitely with a shot. What about 5PL Slim, though? This is one that, look, was beaten 13 lengths last race, but that was a first start and finished 3rd, and it was a decent overall mile.
A decent overall mile for the career debut. 59 and 3, though, was gapping out, lost about 4 lengths through the stretch. So I'm not sure if you can get more out of this one tonight. I think could maybe get to 58 and 4 speed, but might be able to hit the top 3 or 4. But The inside too. If they both get away cleanly, I think those are the two to beat.
Well, we'll see if it plays out that way. It's Delphi, Hanover, Beach Bank on the inside, and Just Fabulous. In the center, Hartley and PL Slim. To the outside, Timel Emerald and Hobnob Hanover and Kid Ego. It is a field of 8. Race number 4. Field of Trotters in the backstretch, nearing the start. Field 4, race number 4. All in position. They're at the start and they're off, and now with a break in stride is PL Slim, Hobnob Hanover, Just Fabulous, and Timel Emerald. Then Beach Bank is racing position 4th, and Delphi Hanover was eased away off the gate from the inside and then still goes off stride. And Hartley now is racing 5th, and 6th is Kid Ego, but it is Hobnob Hanover at 4-1, and Happy Houdon's got the lead and is in front by about a length and 3/4. Just Fabulous is second, and then Timel Emerald is third as the field comes off the turn. Racing position 4th is Beach Bang and Austin Sorry in front of Hartley. Then it is back to Kid Ego and PL Slim, but Hobnob Hanover and Pat Houdon leading up towards the half of a 29-1 opening quarter. Just Fabulous is getting a good trip, and Timel Emerald is on the inside to third and is about to 4 from the front. And now Beach Bank on the outside is starting to move up, and Beach Bank the 6-5 shot favorite comes on the outside and is a third, and closing ground is looking to bear down on Hobnob Hanover. Beach Bank now is second. Hobnob Hanover has got a lead of about just half a length, and Beach Bank closer. Just Fabulous third. Timel Emerald is 4th to the inside. PL Slim, then it is back to Hartley and Kid Ego, but it is still Hobnob Hanover trying to hold off Beach Bank. 3/4, 1:30-3, and Hobnob Hanover is able to just drive right on. And now racing out 3 wide comes Timel Emerald as Beach Bank is dropped back. Just Fabulous is beginning a good trip. It is Hobnob Hanover, Just Fabulous, and here comes Timel Emerald. Hobnob Hanover, Just Fabulous, and Timel Emerald on the outside trying to time it just right for Mark Hetzel. Timel Emerald gets there. Hobnob Hanover was second, and third is between Just Fabulous and Beach Bank. 2 minutes and 3/5, and Timel Emerald timed it just right. Mark Etzel, very competent trot man, gets the win here in the 4th race, Sugar.
Big upset, right? Yeah, I couldn't find this one, even if I looked again. Wasn't showing a whole lot coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park, but we've seen a few of those kind of winners early on in this Grand River Raceway meet. Timel Emerald, maiden score.
Well,
Big splash here, 36-1, I think, Gary.
I should mention that my top 4 were 2, 1, 5, 6, and so I can find Mark Etzel all day long.
Oh boy, hey, I mean, just put our picks together, right, and we'd be cashing in some nice ones.
Look, and clearly the fans have noticed there's some talent. May 12th in that London Classic Series made a couple of breaks, but look over at what the odds were, just under 2-1 in that series.
Mm-hmm.
So Timel Emerald, and look, Mark Etzel knows how to get the job done. He's really a noted trot man, and he drove this one well, timed up the gate, timed the finish just right.
Yeah, Timel Emerald, timing it perfectly. Mark Etzel, great trot man for the horses in Ontario on the halves, on the 5/8s, and on the big track of Woodbine Mohawk Park. This one just kind of flew under the radar a little too much for me. You know, I was liking 3, Just Fabulous for an improved start, which we saw. Beach Bank, Austin Sorry kind of had to grab up on that one. That one got very bumpy, gated in behind on that final turn. So keeping it together to not roll off stride, right, with that 2 Beach Bank. That's what happened there. But Timel Emerald, timed perfectly by Mark Etzel.
And one that did get something done last year in 5 starts, had a couple of seconds and a third, so just thought the Timel Emerald could be a factor. Much more of a factor than I thought, though. I only used this one for 4th, so if I was that smart. But 35-1, 6732 back in front of us. Time Emerald, a 3-year-old Green Manalishi Bay filly owned by Time Farms, and Mark Etzel, the trainer. And the green colors of Mark Etzel with Time Emerald, a Green Manalishi in the fourth race, victorious at a price. 2 minutes and 3/5. The fourth race payouts, number 6, Time Emerald, 74.60, 27.20, 9.77, Hobnob, Hanover, 7.60 and 5.60, and 3 Just Fabulous, $6.80. $2 exactor, 255.60, dollar try, 1270.20, and the dollar super pay, 6-7 all 266.55. Note that 20-cent super 6-7 all 53.31. Fans note in race 6, number 7, Maximus BG, a claim entered. Race 6, 7, Maximus BG, claim entered. The fourth place order finish from the top is a 743-68125. That's 743-68125 on the bottom.
I'm Natasha Day. I train and drive harness racing horses at London, Ontario. These are my main products that I use in my racehorse barn that are all Omega Alpha, the Biotic 8, the Immune Plus, the Anti-Flam, which is great for the horses after they've had a hard day racing. The Biotic 8, I swear by it. Get all the dapples out, gets the old coat out, gets everything pumping and moving and makes the shine really come out.
Field 4, race number 5 on parade 1. Kanagami Rose, Garrett Rooney for Steve Bossens and Ross and Brent Holmes. Number 2 is Pahokee, Jason Ryan for Wayne Henry and Henry Stable. And number 3 is International Love, Sammy Filia for Robert Kyle Fellows and Yolanda Fellows and Van Camp Trotting. Number 4 is Mac the Knight. It's Jay Harris for Joe Pereira and Chris Menina. 5 is Sweet Swirl, Austin Sorry for Don Lindsay and Paul Lindsay. And number 6 is Silver Menalishi, Scott Coulter, Jeff McGuire, and Silver Stables. Number 7 is Marie H., Damian McClellan for Kyle Bossens and Fred Niclario and Daryl Nibbigging. Number 8 is Baden, Daryl Thiessen for Duncan Brewer and Rendell Urquhart. And 9 is Macedonia, Anthony Hahn for Dale Fritz and Edward Aitchison. Field of 9 for race number 5, non-winners of 2 trot. Let's get a look at this field. And number 7, Murray H., got the W last time out, and that's the first win in, 19 career starts, but you come right back to Murray H. Despite post 7 because good win.
Yeah, last time out, and a friend of the show let me know following that victory over Grand River Raceway. The start at Kawartha, when leaving from, she spotted the hub rail there, and she got a little nervous about it, and that is what I'm told was the reason for her break at the start. So I tossed that braking line out, and I said she likely comes back and shows up with a big one, and she certainly did. 57 speed on top all the way, and I don't think it's a problem for her to leave sharply again from post 7. She could go all the way one more time.
Well, she's got her ears up and she's listening, and she thinks, okay, sugar's on me. Let's see what the other capper thinks, but who cares? How about number 8, Baden? Look, a filly that's so nice they named her twice.
I love that. There's been a few horses like that over the years. What was the one? Twain? I forget. There was one at Georgian Downs a few years ago. It'll come to me probably when I'm going to bed tonight. Anyway, let's go back to Baden. I felt this one would fly under the radar, Gary, and she is. And she's reuniting now with Daryl Thiessen, who had her on top most of the way at Georgian Downs to just miss in 57 prior to her latest. And she came out and she made a break in the early going, and she still finished up 29-3 for a trip in 59 flat. Of course, has to get away cleanly, but I really like her chances. I was thinking, let's fly under the radar. She is. Love the price, and I love her chances. 9-1.
I love the 3 in here, but I don't love 2-1. So, look, that's a good last race by International Love, and you get Sammy Filia.
That's a huge back half, Gary. You know, they weren't going any speed at all up front. They were down to the half in 59. So this is at the half and after a minute, right? So trots a back half, 58 and change on the wide side. You get the hot hands of Filion on board trying to triple up on the front half of this card.
58-3 back half. I see you're not that quick on the big fast math right off the looking at it.
You got that on me, Gary. You got that on me, pal.
You know who really had it on me was Robert Reed. Man, he could do math in his head. I would always try to catch him, and it just, I don't know, I guess. Some guys just have it, and then the rest of us are race announcers. How, look, International Love, I just think I expect a big effort here. But Kanagami Rose, look at the money that Kanagami Rose is getting. 204-3 at Dresden, but what did we say earlier? Time only matters in prison, and Kanagami Rose was able to lock up the field last time out.
I like this filly. She's a strong filly, but she has yet to show, I guess, sub 2 minute speed, right? On any of the half or 5/8 tries that she's had. She's a winner 5 times from 6 outings, so we can't knock anything there. She's only gone off stride once. That came in London. But she's going to have to shave off 2 or 3 seconds to get a big piece of this one. 7-5. Not saying she can't win, but again, she's going to need to find 2 or 3 seconds somewhere.
And then the one that you're throwing in on the bottom of the ticket, one that was really good last year, it hasn't quite kicked in this year, but well, Sweet Swirl, and I think you know a thing or two about. You've had the odd Sweet Swirl.
Oh, I've had a few of those. Yeah. Well, Sweet Swirl, here's a daughter of Muscle Mass who was passing horses late in her latest, did show sub 2-minute speed. That's what I was looking for here. Sub 2-minute speed for the horses that I'm going to be backing in here. And I'm going to the outside too, and some odd numbers capable of going sub 2 minutes here. That's how I've landed the way I have on a 7-8-3-1-5.
There's your top 5 for this super high 5, but we have different winners. You like Marie H, and I love International Love, but I don't love 8-5. And yours is 2-1, so we're on the top 2. It's Kanagami Rose and Pahokee and International Love on the inside of the center. Mac the Knight and the Sweet Swirl. And to the outside, Silver Manalishi, Marie H, and Baden Baden. And the second tier, Macedonia. It's a field of 9 for race number 5. They're all into position. They're at the start, and Baden times the gate for Daryl Thiessen. Baden's blasting early. Marie H. and International Love, and then Kanagami Rose and Mac the Knight. Then it is back further to Pahokee and Silverman Alishi. Macedonia and Sweet Swirl is trailing the field, and they race the way to the opening quarter. Baden at 11-1. Now Marie H. on the outside is coming on. International Love is in a lovely spot on the inside. In the front 3, working in front of Kanagami Rose. 27-4. Opening quarter as the field comes on towards us, and then Mac the Knight is racing positioned 5th, and back in 6th is Pahokee. Then it's Silverman Alicia in Macedonia, and Sweet Swirl is back trailing the field. They race their way on up towards the half, and on top right now is Marie H. Marie H. leads at a length and a half. Baden is second. International Love is third. Then Kanagami Rose and Mac the Knight. Then back to Pahokee and Silverman Alishi. Racing second from last is Macedonia, and Sweet Swirl is trailing and still along the cones. They race their way on towards 3/4, and now there goes Baden. Baden is looking to blast on the outside, and it's alongside Marie H. and International Love is moved out now, and it is Baden, Marie H. and International Love off of a half of 57 3/4 is 126-2. And Baden is moving boldly now. Leads it by a length on the inside, Marie H. And now there goes International Love. And International Love and Semi-Filia has come on to grab the lead from Baden. And then Marie H. And on down the stretch road they come. International Love and Semi-Filia cruising at the finish is going to win this one under wraps. Then it was Baden, Silverman Alishi, and Marie H. dropped back to 4th, a mile of 157 flat. International Love, I love this one. I just didn't love the price, 9-5, but International Love had a lot left at the finish, Sugar.
Ooh, the hot hands of Sammy Filion. Dropping 3 seconds off of this horse's mark. New life best of 157, and perfect steer, really. Spied up the front 2 early, and yeah, it was just all Sammy doing some stick handling, angling wide for the drive home, and this horse was full of trot. The further she went, the more she was going to win by.
Yeah, and she got out well enough to be in behind the top 2, and then pulled the trigger, and when the trigger was pulled, came flying. And in fact, Marie H. might not have hung on for 4th. I see Pahokee up the inside. My eyes were focused more on International Love, but International Love, yeah, that was really strong. Look, last time out, this is one that came from out of it, was 7th at 3/4 and finished as 2nd, and so definitely showed that last time out that maybe better things were in store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed. And you gave me the lowdown on the numbers, right? That was a very sharp back half. And how about Silver Manalishi sweetening up this high five play at 60 to 1. One more tidbit of info here for you, Gary. I was not seeing any will pay live money on the end of the pick five. So we might have a pick five carryover moving on to race number 6.
Yeah, and because I think in that first race, I don't think a lot of people would have been actually using written in stone as often in the pick five as the win side of the ticket.
Sure. Yeah, I can agree with that, and of course Mark Etzel with the big 36 to 1 bomb there on race number 4 certainly removed well the
Yeah,
maybe all of the pool, because like I said, I'm not seeing any will pays going on to the 5th here.
yeah, knocked you out and probably knocked out a lot of others. If somebody has this one full measure that they got both of the first and fourth race, that I think that's tough to do. And Marich did drop back to fifth. Bahoki snuck up there at 16 to 1. Should be a decent high five as well. Back in front of us is International Love and 3-year-old International Money Bay filly, owned by Yolanda Fellows and Robert Van Camp. Robert Kyle Fellows, the trainer. Sammy Filion with the driving hat trick. It's the second win for International Love this year and lifetime. Mile of 157 flat. Also, fans, while we have a moment, just to note that the kids' camp is open down at the east end of the grandstand is the kids' camp area. Kids, lots of stuff for the kids to do down there. Wander on down and see what's going on at the kids' camp this evening. The fifth race payouts: 3 International Love, 563, 32.90. 8 Baden, $726. 6 Silver Manalishi, $12. $2 Exactor, $36. Dollar Try, $336.85. 20-cent high five, 1501.27. Kaboom shakalaka. The dollar pick 3 is 483.30. The dollar win 4 is 569.80. We have a pick 5 carryover into the 6th race, $4,468. That pick 5 carryover into race number 6, and also noted race 6 scratched is 1. Go 9-0. The fifth race order finished from the tops at 841-693-527. That's 841-693-527.
Right on. Welcome back, folks. It's the back half of this Friday night program at Grand River Raceway. Instant carryover, right? Winning combination was not sold on the early pick five. It's going to be well over $4,000 in carryover money added to this non-jackpot pick five play. If you're playing harness racing in North America tonight, you want to be in on this. This will be a go-to wager for you this evening. Race 6 to start up the pick 5 play. We've got an amateur event. It's the Ontario Harness Drivers Club aboard the horses here. Scratch the 1 and a single claim is entered on number 7, Maximus BG. Again, it's the pick 5 carryover. Well over $4,000 moves into this race 6 pick 5 pool. Again, non-jackpot wagering menu at the river. Let's get a look at some pick 5 ticket ideas. We'll bring up my play right off the bat here. We changed things up with the scratch of number 1. We've added a 4 to the opening leg of my pick 5 ticket idea. We'll find another one. There we go. 2, 4, 6, and 7. It's like that for me. Starting up this pick 5 play, we're going to go 3 deep in race number 7, inside with Muna, Steal My Sunshine, and post 5 for first cast. The middle leg, race number 8, we're using number 2, Life As It Comes. Sammy Filion, the possibility for his 4th driving win on the card. He's already got 3, folks, on the front half of this card. So in race 8, we're using 2, Life As It Comes, as well as 3, Val for Vanna, and the outside gate for number 8, Uncle Douglas. Another live play possibly for Mark Etzel, who would likely trigger that early pick 5 carryover with his 36-1 bomber in race number 4 this evening. The 9th race, we're on 3, Lady Hamish, dropping in class. We're also including number 5, Captain Chloe, second time Lasix angle, needed that last start after missing a month. Race 10, we're going to go all in on number 2, Just Ask Joe. Just needs to win. If we can make it to race 10, and the 2, Just Ask Joe, gets it done, we'll take down this late pick 5, $14.40 on that 20-cent ticket, should you care to play along. Gary Guy has got a late pick 5 ticket idea for us as well. We'll bring up Gary's ticket. Again, folks, this is a carryover, well over $4,000 carryover money from the early pick 5. The winning combination was not sold. Let's bring up Gary Guy's ticket. In race 6, he's on the 2, Papiamento. So maybe without the 1, who's a scratch in here, we'll give him the 6, Music to My Gears. So give Gary 2 and 6, the opening leg. Race number 7, he'll take the 1, 2, 3, and 5. His top selection there was first cast for Ryan Holiday. Gary singles up number 2, Life As It Comes. Loves the chances there with Sammy Filion on board the 2-horse in race 8. 9th race for Gary. He's on the 1, Perfect Smiley. 3, Make It 1, Eckert Alley, and 3, Lady Hamish. The 10th and final race, he's using 5 on Lace, the 8, Better Than Never, as well as the 6, Smart Thinking. Gary's in for just $9.60. Might have another play for you. Conley Ecclestone, not sure if he sent multi-leg tickets in or not.
And did you notice I don't have Just Ask Joe?
There, we'll bring it up if not. Oh, there it is. Conley's in to go for a late pick 5 carryover at the river. He's 3 deep onto 4 deep. 2 and 5 in the 8th race. His lone single on this sequence Number 3, Lady Hamish in the 9th, dropping in class. He's on the 2 and 8 in the finale. 960 as well for Conley. Post Parade and Gary Guy next on this late pick 5 carryover.
There's a look at our paddock camera presented by the Ontario Equine Education and Employment Program. Field 4, race number 6 on parade. 1 is out, and 2 is Patio, Carl Thomas for Shane Barrington. Number 3 has always been crazy. Scooter Gimlet drives and trains and owns. 4 is Dreamy Fella. Nello Guglielmi drives and trains and owns. Number 5, Bet on Brett, Brody LeCain for Randy Ertl and Corey Guthrie. Number 6, Music to My Gears, Brady Legacy for Ken Middleton Jr. and Jeffrey Seibel and James Grant and Keith Middleton. And number 7, Maximus BG, Claymeter, George Ketros for Michael Pattison. It's a field of 6. Let's get a look at this field and the Ontario Harness Drivers Club race, this 6th race. And we're going to start with number 2, Papiamento. This is one that I think you could expect to have a good chance to pop here. Well, he's popped 50 career wins.
Right on. He is the current favorite right now. And here it's the rail, 11-year-old son of Sun Beach somewhere, a 2-time winner this season, and got over Flambro's half miler in 56 and 2. And there's not many in here that pace that kind of speed. I mean, Music to My Gears, the 6 horse, got over Flambro in 55 and 2. But between those two, outside of those, not a whole lot of them that can show that kind of speed over the half mile. Of course, we're on the 5/8 tonight. Papiamento, more than capable of pacing some 55 speed here, but this is an amateur driving event, something to consider when wagering here, Gary.
Yeah, you know, sometimes in these I've gone with the ones that have a little more experience. Mellow Nello, Dreamy Fella, classy horse, and Nello drives a fair amount. He gets a lot of drives, and that's one of the angles. There's a lot of different angles, but you know, also George Ketros drives a lot. George Ketros has some of his own horses, so look at it's an angle to look at, but still. Shane Barrington sends them ready, and Papiamento is probably a veteran that's fairly easy to drive. Of course, easy for me to say when I haven't driven. Wow. Number 6, Music to My Gears. You gave me this one, so I'll take it. And look, it's Ken Middleton Jr. I try to be loyal to the Union. And Music to My Gears, Brady Legacy. Look, the thing with Music to My Gears, he's getting better in his old age.
He is too, and I don't mind Music to My Gears in here. He does have some very quick gate speed. Should Brady opt to use that? Brady, a one-time winner, and his victory came last season, July at Hanover. I had to go back and see if he had gotten a victory, and yes, indeed, he's got one under his belt, Hanover last summer. So should Brady get there tonight, his second career victory would be aboard this 6. Music to My Gears for friend of the show, Ken Middleton. Look through the program lines. There's nothing wrong anywhere. It's almost perfect, right? Lots of wins, some show dough finishes, 6 victories from 19 outings in 2025. I think you got to use them just on form.
Another one to talk about here is 7, Maximus BG. Look at George Ketros. He's having a nice season. He's got 10 driving wins in 42 starts, a 306 driving average for George. And there's a claim in.
Yeah, it's a big question mark for me now. There is a claim entered, and as our friend Robert Reed Jr. would say, there's no tomorrow, right? You got to go. When there's a claim entered, all systems go, right? But there's lots of speed in here. Now, George does his best work with his horses when he's up around the front end. This horse is the same way. He wants to be up and near the lead. So this long straightaway in the backstretch start, it could get kind of hairy in the early going.
And what about Bet on Bread or Dreamy Fella? Maybe Always Been Crazy. Where would you land there now that we have the one out?
Oh,
I'd go with Bet on
you
Bread
know what?
myself, but
Yeah, you know what? I think it's the 4 Dreamy Fella. I mean, just on experience, and he does show 55 over Georgian last time out. If there's another one in there that I could fit into my top 3, I guess it's Nello.
yeah. And look, Nello and Dreamy Fella and Bet on Bread, they both have a lot of back class, 321, 315,000.
Right.
So they compare there. You know, you got a 13-year-old and an 11-year-old. But the one comment I made, well, Nello has a lot more drive this year, and last in Brody LeCain is 22 drives this year, but has not driven as much as Nello.
Indeed, and that's likely the angle, right? Like going with a little more experience, like you said, in these amateur driving events, you'd like to see a little experience. Now, Brody, he's been out 22 career starts, yet to hit the victory lane. So should he win tonight, first career driving victory, if that 5 Bet on Brett should get there.
Yeah, and I think Bet on Brett's got a decent shot, but and the Dreamy Fella. And look, you know what I'd like to see? I'd love to see Scooter. Always been crazy. The problem is, made a breakup at Clinton last race, and was kind of just a fringe player at best. But you do see one start back April 4th in front of some other announcer. I don't know who that guy is, but always been crazy. Almost got the job done.
Yeah, in quick time there over London in the spring. So more than capable should he show up with his A game here tonight. And always been crazy getting a price right now. Big price. Longest shot on the board. 18-1. I think anything can happen here. Really, I do.
I'd love to see Always Been Crazy win also to start off the pick 5 so that we could maybe have a consecutive carryovers. Now, look, I'm not cheering against people's tickets. Don't get me wrong, but Always Been Crazy.
Right.
I do like to see some price horses show up. And then also, because I announced it Flamborough, I'm a little partial to the Scooter.
The Scooter. Yeah, well, he could upset here. Like I said, you pretty much got to call it any one of 6 in here with the scratch at number 1. Again, the single claim entered on 7 Maximus BG. There is still time to fire in late on this carryover play. It's well over $4,000. Add it to this pool. If you're playing harness in North America tonight, you want to be in on this pick 5 opportunity.
Yeah, and I do think one thing both you and Conley went in with Just Ask Joe and Better Than Never. Well, you have Just Ask Joe in the 10th.
Mm-hmm.
I'm alone with Unlaced. I'm the only one that likes Unlaced there in that 10th race. And I'm kind of wondering, if you get to the 10th and you don't have Unlaced, that's your third choice. It's not like you don't like him, and it's coming in off of a good last race here.
You know what? I wanted to use a few more of them, but I was going deeper in other spots, Gary. I said let it all hang out on Just Ask Joe, who's reuniting with Garrett Rooney, and we've seen Schneider show up in the winner's circle. And I mean, I've said when she wins, she likes to win in bunches. So Just Ask Joe. If we can get to race 10, we need him to show up.
Well, we'll see if you can get it down here. First off, in this 6th race, it's a field of 6. Poppy Mento and Always Been Crazy. In the center, Dreamy Fella, Bet on Brett. To the outside, Music to My Ears, Maximus BG. Field of 6, race number 6, as they are moving forward towards the start on a fabulous Friday at the river. The fabricated folding fence is moving forward. And the field for the 6th race is at the start of the rough, and right now trying to gun out is Maximus BG under maximum acceleration. Bet on Brett, Maximus BG, Always Been Crazy, Dreamy Fella, Papiamento, and Music to My Ears is back just humming along from a 6th position. And Bet on Brett, right now at 14-1, sent to the front for Brody LeCain, and then racing position to 2nd as they race off the turn. Maximus BG and Ketros. And that opening quarter, strong quarter, 26-3. And the field hustles on up past us. Always been crazy, and Scooter Gimlet is third. Then Patio and Carl Thomas is fourth. And then Dreamy Fella, Mello Nello Guglielmi is racing fifth. And Music to My Gears and trailing for Brady Legacy. They race their way on up toward the half, 26-3 opening quarter. And Brody LeCain and Bet on Bread takes them into the backstretch and has built a substantial lead at 14-1 and is in front by 5 lengths over Maximus BG. Papiamento now on the outside is coming on, and Bet on Bread is starting to slow. Maximus BG is closing the gap. Maximus BG is moving up quickly now for Ketros and is about to take the lead from Bet on Bread. Those two stride together. Well, Bet on Bread now is holding back on the inside against Maximus BG. Papiamento, always been crazy. Music to My Gears, and then Dreamy Fella. But they race their way to the top of the stretch off 3/4, 125-4. And with a slim lead is Maximus BG. Bet on Bread is hanging tough in his game. Papiamento. Music to My Gears is sent out wide. They're 4 across the track. Music to My Gears is flying late. Music to My Gears on the outside, charging quickest of all. Music to My Gears wins it. Then second was Papiamento, and third was Maximus BG. But it is Music to My Gears, and Brady Legacy scores the win here in the 6th Dash Sugar.
That was pretty exciting. The amateurs putting on a show there in the opening leg of the Pick 5 carryover. Brady Legacy scoring his second career victory. We mentioned he had a victory last summer over Hanover in July. So great to see. I caught up with Brady on an evening last summer at the river. Great young fella, and just kind of wetting his feet into the business. And that's a pretty good drive there aboard Music to My Gears. He got a little bearing in action midway through the stretch, but he corrected him and drove on to victory. Nice smile, and more than capable of going that kind of speed. He was showing the best form of the field.
And a good capable drive in the sense that he sat back early because there was some speed. And look, Bet on Bread comes flying out and is just going to be close to maybe holding on for fourth. I'm not sure. Yeah, it does finish fourth, I believe. But sat back and then stick-handled out wide and had a lot of horse left. And that's what you want to see with young drivers is, finish up the mile without the horse being finished when you turn from home.
Yeah, you know what else I love to see? Those slow-mos and seeing the people along the fence jumping up and down, raising their hands, knowing that they picked the winner, and I love that.
Well, this track has that great tarmac out front and do a great promotion. So that we have when you see also the patio party, there's always a lot of people out on the patio. That kids camp is available down at the east end of the grandstand. So it's a pretty lively place to be on a Friday night.
Indeed. I mentioned I took a screenshot of the crowd you had at the patio on Wednesday evening, and I said on my X feed, it's probably the nicest patio in Canadian harness racing for a dining experience.
Yeah, and they came out dressed. They were having a great night. You could see them just jumping up and down and enjoying themselves, as they're all want to do here at the Grand River. People love being here. Gathering at the river. Back to celebrate Music to My Gears, victorious with Brady Legacy, a 13-year-old rock and roll Hanover Bay gelding, owned by Ken Middleton Jr., Keith Middleton, Jeffrey Seibel, and James Granton. Ken Middleton Jr. is the trainer, 7th win of the year, and the 28th lifetime Music to My Gears, making music in the 6th. The 6th race payouts, 6 Music to My Gears, 640, 340, 240, 2 Papiamento, 330, 270, 7 Maximus BG, $3, $2 Exactor, $20, Dollar Trap, $39.70. The Dollar Super 100, $22.25. 20-cent Super, $24.45. The sixth race order finish from the top is a scratch 265413. That's scratch 265413 on the bottom. And note the claim from race number 6. Number 7, Maximus BG. The new trainer and owner will be Kyle Bostons.
Right on. Welcome back, everyone, into a late pick four we go. Race number 6, the amateur event. They put on a heck of a show. A wonderful job, gentlemen. We had Carl, Carter, Nello, Brady, and George all putting on a fine show. Brady coming out on top with Ken Middleton's Music to My Gears. A nice drive from well off the back end to get up and win. 2-1 starting up. that late pick 5 carryover, almost $10,000 new money went into that pick 5 play. So thanks to the horse players for coming along for that carryover opportunity. It's busy out there in simulcast land, we know. Like a dozen harness tracks and 8 thoroughbred tracks, I believe, when Grand River started up tonight. So with busy traffic, still able to put almost $10,000 new money into that late pick 5 carryover. Let's talk about some pick 4 ticket ideas. Starting up here in race number 7, I don't believe there are any changes in the opening leg. Race number 7. Let's bring up that sugared oil, fellas. Pick 4 play. All righty, we're inside to the 1 Muna, 2 Steel, My Sunshine, and also using 5 first cast. A class dropping there for Team Holiday. Ryan Holiday on board, opens as a 6-5 favorite. Over into race number 8, we're on 2 Life as It Comes. The hot hands of Sam Fillion on board, also trying the 3 Val for Vanna, Bruce Richardson. And then the 8 outside for Uncle Douglas. Mark Etzel trying for his second winner on tonight's race card. The 9th race is where we'll try 3 Lady Hamish on the class drop, also including 5 Captain Chloe, who needed that last start after missing a little more than a month. Plus, she's going second time Lasix this evening, loving that angle. And on the end of it, we're going to stay with the single. Number 2, Just Ask Joe. If we make it to race 10 in these multi-legs, we need Just Ask Joe to show up. That one reuniting with driver Garrett Rooney. Gary Guy has got a pick 4 play. I was in for $14.40 on the 20-cent wager. Gary's going in for just $4.80. Gary going 4 deep the opening leg. His top selection is the 5 first cast, though he is also using the 1 Muna, 2 Steal My Sunshine, and 3 Wine Delight. He's going to stay with the single, number 2, Life as It Comes. And Sammy in race number 8, the 9th race for Gary. He's on 1 Eckert Alley, returning following a brief rest off a couple of qualifiers. Also using 3 Lady Hamish, again, the class dropper with Austin Sorey on board for trainer Steve Doyle. On the end of it, race number 10, Gary's top selection is number 5, Unlaced Nick Boyd, driving for trainer Blair Burgess. Big third with him last time met over the river in 56-2. And also using 8, Better Than Never, and the 6, Smart Thinking, who's coming off the upset victory in the latest. One more ticket idea. Friend of his show, Conley Echo Stone, has got a pick 4 play as well. Conley in for just $3.20 on a 20-cent wager. He's 4 deep. In race 7, Muna, Century Kiss Me, first cast, and outside a Night Dancer. Conley, race 8, Life as It Comes, and Muskie Man. Singles up, number 3, Lady Hamish, in the 9th. And on the end of it, 10th and final, he went to 2, Just Ask Joe, and 8, Better Than Never. I love those 2 for the exactor. Again, Gary, Guy, really liking the chances for 5, Unlaced.
Yeah, it's too bad that both of you are going to be out of it because you don't have Unlaced. It's too bad.
Oh, yeah, myself and Conley, right? We're without Unlaced in the finale, and I know you've been talking about it way too much that horse is likely going to romp.
Well, I just love that last start. 7th at the top of the stretch and came flying and caught my eye. And look, it's just you can't take them all, as you said. And you already spent enough money, so I know you've been doing really well here at Grand River, and you've got a bankroll, but you can't spend it all in one shot.
Well, the thing is, Gary, I don't mind making the multi-leg ticket ideas, making selections for them. I don't know what my percentage is in winning. I come close lots, 4 or 5, 3 or 4, this and that. But yeah, I seem to do better with my high fives and supers.
Well, you were the high five and Superman a couple nights ago. In fact, you had the pick 5 and the high 5 straight, that is tough to do.
Oh, what's the saying? Even a blind squirrel finds a nut. That's the one right there, right?
Yeah. Well, and on the 4th race, I had the super straight, so you had to tell me, hey, listen, I'll show you. 4, that's nothing. Get 5.
Well, we're both kind of rolling pretty good there tonight. I do hope your unlaced does well because Nick Boyd at the river, that's a good thing. 10th and final race could be wide open.
There's a look at our paddock camera presented by the Ontario Equine Education and Employment Program. Field 4, race number 6, race number 7 on parade. One Muna, Garrett Rooney for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. And number 2, Steal My Sunshine, Jason Ryan for Madeline Henry. And 3 is Wine Delight, Natasha Day for Doug Millard. 4 is Century Kiss Me, Damian McClellan for Ben Wallace and Wallace Standards and Terry Crowick. Number 5 is First Cast, Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. And number 6, Panthermonium, Jeffrey Hunt for Matthew Hennis and Matara Stables. And number 7 is Night Dancer, Nick Boyd for Craig Bars and Nurko Sokolovich. Field of 7, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. And we're going to start with number 1, Muna and G Money driving for Cassidy Schneider. One that's just got 2 wins in 25 starts, but did race here last time out. And, now gets the inside. But look at that last race was 54-2, so that's a pretty good speed for this class.
Yeah, if this mare can find that 54 and change speed for this start, she'll be right there with them at the finish. Garrett Rooney staying on the drive, so he knows this mare well. She needs to be playing around a little bit in the parade, but he's got a really snug hold of this one, and wouldn't surprise me at all to see her show up in victory lane, though she's going to face a very tough class dropper who's making the second start back off the layoff, the current favorite, number 5, First Cast. But I picked Muna on top, so I better stick with her.
Yeah, and also that was a good bunch she was in against last time out. Carson's Gouda and Grand Circuit would get a lot of action in this particular field. Number 5, First Cast. I did cast her first here because comes in off of a start in the non-winners at 3, and I mentioned that Muna went a good mile last time out. What about the mile that First Cast went last race?
Nothing wrong with that. First start off the layoff, pacing in 53-4. Now, she didn't get a check on that occasion, but she was facing much tougher, like Stag Royal, Whiskey Blue Chip, and this is an easier spot indeed. And I think there's some gate speed to work with. You know what? It's great to see Ryan Holiday back on board the horses here in Ontario. Now, we've missed him in London during recent winter meets, but always great to see Ryan back on board the horses, and he'll get a great shot here for the ownership group of Dave and Ben Holiday with Dave Training.
And another one we need to get to is number 2, Steal My Sunshine, because this is one that has only 1 win, but last race almost stole the victory from Stylish Stella.
Yeah, this is a nice filly. We had her in London, but she really seems to be taking to the big 5/8 oval at the Grand River Raceway. Maddie Henry, she does it all. She's the owner, trainer, breeder, and has Jason Ryan listed to drive. And again, that was a big improvement. Shaving 3 and 4 seconds off of recent miles at London. So again, I love seeing horses switch on over from the half botters to the 5/8 just to see what kind of speed comes, see if there's any kind of big improvement. That's a huge improvement for Steal My Sunshine on the latest 55-1. Would not surprise me at all to see her pace a trip in 54 soon.
And we both have different ideas on who to use in the 4 spot. We have the same group in the top 3, different orders, but you went to 7, Night Dancer, over my choice of Wine Delight. Night Dancer, how about Nick Boyd here?
Yeah, I like her in here. The daughter of Danson Lou, she was much better last time out versus her most recent start at London. So going in the right direction is what I felt. If Wine Delight and Night Dancer were facing each other in London, I would definitely go to Night Dancer. It's just like that, Gary. So that's why I'm on the 7 for my fourth one.
Yeah, and look, Wine Delight, a winner at Dresden last race from off the pace. In fact, this one hasn't had any good post position for the last three
Hmm.
starts, but now gets a better post here. I know that's a mile of just 2:01 and 2, but Wine Delight, Natasha Day, driving and training this one and had a victory here not that long ago.
One thing that Natasha Day loves doing is beating the boys. So she'd be the first one to tell you that she would try her hardest to go out there and try to win this race. 15 to 1 price players, she would have to shave numerous seconds off of her trips over the half botters to get the job done here. But you know what? We saw the big drop for Steal My Sunshine last time.
Absolutely. Well, your top one is number one, Muna. You got a nice price of 7-2. And while I'm on the chalk, first cast, 6-5. We'll see how it unfolds. Muna, Steal My Sunshine and Wine Delight on the inside with Century Kiss Me in first cast in the center. And to the outside, Pantharmonium and Night Dancer. It's a field of 7. It is race number 7 as the field is about to move their way on into the backstretch. And the rubberized regulator is rolling for the 7th. They're about to race. Field for the 7th race is at the start of the round. Century Kiss Me. First cast. First cast is coming out quickly against Century Kiss Me. First cast wants to be first at the quarter. Night Dancer is also dancing early. Century Kiss Me. Pantharmonium. Then it is Muna, Steal My Sunshine, and Wine Delay. Now Night Dancer is taking the lead. Night Dancer at 7-1 is on top for Nick Boy. First cast is second away. Century Kiss Me third. Then it is Pantharmonium, and Muna has a couple beaten, and there's Steal My Sunshine and Wine Delay. And they race the way off the turn. They come towards us, and first cast and Happy Holiday wants to be on top again and leads on past us. It is first cast with a lead of a length and 3/4 over Night Dancer. Century Kiss Me third, Pantharmonium fourth, and now Steal My Sunshine moving up. Muna's got only one beaten, and that is Wine Delight. Halftime coming up off that 28-second opening quarter for first cast and Happy Holiday. Half 59-1, a 31-1 second panel for first cast with Night Dancer racing second. Century Kiss Me, Steal My Sunshine, Pantharmonium, Wine Delight, and Muna has a lot of work to do. They head on to 3/4 first cast. Leads right now over Night Dancer. First cast, Night Dancer is racing position second. Then on the outside, Steal My Sunshine third, but not advancing right now. Is still about 3 off the lead. 3/4 128-4, and now is advancing and coming on gamely. Then Century Kiss Me, back to Pantharmonium, and the trailing pair Wine Delight and Muna up 3/4 128-4. It is first cast. Trying to hold off Steal My Sunshine. Might also have to hold off Night Dancer, is looking to dance up the passing lane 3 across the track. First cast is digging in, though. First cast is going to be first at the finish, and then Steal My Sunshine. Night Dancer, Pantharmonium, 157-3. First cast on the board at 3-2 as the favorite, and then lived up to it, Sugar. It was a very strong effort by first cast.
Very strong on the end of it, Gary. I mean, soft fractions up front, 28, and then was able to steal a 31-1 second quarter panel, and still going kind of easy through the third quarter, but 28-4 on the end. This mare would not be caught. Great to see Ryan Holiday picking up his first driving win of the 2025 season.
Yeah, and I thought pretty certain that that half of 59-1 would set up very well for first cast. And as you mentioned, even the third quarter, they weren't coming to first cast because she just wasn't tired.
No, she wouldn't tire on those fractions. Under mild urging here through the stretch, but for me, that was looking more like a paid training mile.
Yeah, and Happy Holiday, Victorious. When I first gave him that
Right.
nickname, we would play the Happy song, Pharrell Williams, and
Oh.
at first he didn't like it, and he would head back to the paddock, and the drivers knew that he didn't like it, so they all were dancing in the paddock when he'd come back, and finally he warmed up to the nickname, and he's happy
Oh,
now.
yeah, he's got a great sense of humor, and he'd take to that. And like I said, we've been missing him the last few winters in London, but to see him here competing and winning at the River, love it.
Yeah, and there's a mare that's got her ears up and she's enjoying the attention. And Happy Holiday, Happy Steal My Sunshine is one that again raced well, was
Hmm.
close last time out. That's one to watch for.
Definitely, Steal My Sunshine. We touched on her briefly, dropping a few seconds in the latest, and then showing up with a game second tonight. She's kind of falling in love with the River.
It's a 5-2, 7-6 top four. Back in front of us is number 5, First Cast, a 4-year-old stag party bay mare owned by Dave and Ben Holiday. Dave Holiday is the trainer. Ryan Holiday. Happy Holiday. Happy to be back in the winner's circle with First Cast. It's a first win this year and the 5th win lifetime for First Cast. Race number 7, mile of 157 and 3. The 7th race payouts: 5 First Cast, $5, $3, 210. 2 Steal My Sunshine, 270, 230. 7 Night Dancer, 570, $2 Exactor, 1180. Dollar Try, 24.65. Dollar Super, 137.50. 7th race. Order of finish from the top, 627-5143. That's 627-5143. field for the 8th race is on parade, and one is Barbie Station, Austin Sorry for Sean Stacy and Diane Bertrand and Robert Gillespie. Number 2 is Life as It Comes, Sammy Philly for Clark Bilby and Sad Frog Farms. 3 is Foul for Vanna, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Balsamworth. And 4 is Muscle du Hurrah, Daryl Thiessen for Justin Turcotte and Chamberlain. Number 5, Muskie Man, Damian McClellan for Kyle Bossens and Daryl Newbigging and Levi Kepfer. Number 6, Ramiro, Anthony Hott for Meg Crone and Seawind Stable. Number 7, Dealin' in Diamonds, Garrett Ernie for Brittany Kennedy and Peter Hamilton. And number 8 is Uncle Douglas. Mark Hetzel drives and trains for Rick Ryer and Paul Burbrick. It's a field of 8 for race number 8. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Uncle Douglas, Mark Etzel, he could win again. Uncle Douglas is one that raced from off the pace last race, had post 8, so it won't be any strange post position for Uncle Douglas here in the 8th race.
Right. I went back and looked at the replay from this one last time out, Gary. This son of Green Man Alicia won a huge trip. He made a move with this one prior to the half and was sitting near the back of the bus and was up in the wide side, almost like in the 3 wide path near the half, and then 3 deep all the way through the back stretch and into the final turn, and was still staying on and gaining through that final 1/8 of a mile to finish 3rd and 58 and 1. Now, still not a whole lot of, I don't know what we're going to get for a trip scenario from the 8-hole, likely near the back again, but if he's anything close to what he was last time out, I think he can handle these.
Well, and if he does, he'll be handling them at 4-1, 3-year-old Green Man Alicia. But your second one is a filly, Vowel for Vanna. And look, first order of business last time out needed a flat line. Got that, so good step forward now.
I think I'm kind of freezing here on my end, so I might have to check out.
No, I think you're back.
Okay. We're back. We're going to talk Bruce, and I love the chances here. This is a filly by Resolve that can leave with them and find a spot up close. Like her chances, absolutely love the price, 15-1.
By the way, if you're getting tired, you don't have to fake that you got a computer problem. You could just book off a race. Number 2, Life as It Comes. How about the last couple races at Mohawk? Didn't come very well, but we've seen this act before, getting away from Mohawk and immediately springing up. And that last race, pretty decent back half. Life as It Comes. You know, the driver's not bad either.
Right on. We've seen a few of these tonight coming in from Woodbine Mohawk Park, showing those nice back quarters of 27 and 28. This one is. And Sammy Filion, should he get there? Grand slam, 4th victory on the night. If Life as It Comes happens to win it, right now an 8-5 favorite. But for me, still, I'm going to hold with a top 3 threat potential for number 2.
You know, I took Ramiro for second here. I'd left him off the pick 4 and pick 5 ticket, but I do have regard for him now. He kind of gave it up a little more easily than I would have liked last time out, but I also know he's a good one.
For me, Gary, that one looked like a winner at the half mile last time out, and I didn't think he'd give it up as he did as well. So moving in the right direction, I'll say number 6, Ramiro. I'm a big shot here at 9-1.
Yeah, it does sound like your computer is having a few issues, but maybe, in fact, you could turn it off during the race. But you know what? Then you wouldn't get to see your Uncle Douglas, so you better stay with us. Uncle Douglas is 4-1 on the board, and I got Life as It Comes, not coming at much of a price, 3-2. It is Barbie Station, Life as It Comes, Val for Vanna on the inside. In the center, Muscle du Huron, Muskie Man to the outside, Ramiro. Dealing in Diamonds, and Uncle Douglas. Field of 8 for the 8th race. Field for the 8th. All in position. Trotters are reaching the start. And the field for the 8th is at the start, and off stride goes Barbie Station, and Ramiro is going to Ramo quickly. Muscle du Hurrah is second, Vowel for Vanna third, then it is Muskie Man. Life as It Comes has come away fifth in front of Dealin' Diamonds, and Uncle Douglas is second from last. Ramiro at 13-1 leads right now. Muscle du Hurrah is mussing along in second, about 2 1/4 from the lead. Muskie Man is still on the outside, and Vowel for Vanna is fourth, and Life as It Comes is fifth as the field comes on past that opening quarter, 27-4. But it is Ramiro and Anthony Hahn who's got the lead, and right now is comfortable on top of the lead of about 2 1/4 over Muscle du Hurrah. Then it is Vowel for Vanna who's third. Muskie Man is fourth, and Life as It Comes has yet to come on, is racing fifth, and then Dealin' Diamonds and Uncle Douglas with a lot of work to do from seventh. Halftime off at 27-4. Opening quarter is recorded in 58-30-1 second middle. There goes Life as It Comes now, bolting with authority. Ramiro, Life as It Comes is going to come alongside Ramiro, but not for long, because it's going to blast on by and take the lead. Life as It Comes, with that timed move of Sammy Filia, now is opened about 2 1/4 lengths. Ramiro second, Muscle du Hurrah, Vowel for Vanna. 3 wide, Uncle Douglas is trying to close, but is about 5 off the lead. 3/4, 127. It is Life as It Comes as the field comes towards the top of the stretch. Uncle Douglas is kicking in and bringing Vowel for Vanna with him. And on the inside, Ramiro. And then it is Muscle du Hurrah. Life as It Comes as they come on down the stretch drive. Vowel for Vanna and Uncle Douglas in pursuit. Life as It Comes gets emerging, looking to dig in. Vowel for Vanna. Life as It Comes, and Vowel for Vanna. Life as It Comes in front. Vowel for Vanna second. Uncle Douglas. That Muscle du Hurrah, 157-4. It's the Sammy Filia Show this evening at the River Sugar.
Wonderful to see. Near the top of the show, Sammy Filion loved his lineup, and yes, indeed, he had 3 wins through the front half of the card, and there's his Grand Slam victory aboard Life as It Comes. A well-meant winner here, and he made the winning move at the half mile, right? He got him out and rolling and out of trouble, and once he touched down on the lead, it was go time, and he marched on. Now, Val for Vanna did make it interesting. She was near the finish, but good showing there for Bruce to be second, and then the outside chance, Uncle Douglas in for 3.
Just Uncle Douglas had a little too far to come back. The thing with Sammy's drive, Life as It Comes, got away fifth, and Sammy was just sort of, I'll let you guys do your thing. But when he did move, boy, there was a lot there.
Yeah, a very patient steer. You know, he's aboard the heavy favorite. He lets the dust settle, and then even when doing so, he just kind of patiently waited for the right time to make the move. And then again, the 6 Romero, like last week, no answer.
Yeah, just not. And, you know, it's disappointing because there's some things to really like about Ramiro, and his overall body work's been okay, but the last couple starts he's given up relatively easily, and just he had definitely, you said it, no answer for Life as It Comes.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the fractions were too stressing. Got a nice second quarter breather, 30-1, but when Life as It Comes pulled alongside, began eyeballing Romero, that was it. Life as It Comes was able to step away, and again, credit Bruce for Val for Vanna knifing on through, finding a seam to move out, and that hit Uncle Douglas out in the 3 wide path.
And you anticipated a good start for Val for Vanna. That was your second choice, and another second here, so one we're going to have to watch, because I think Bruce driving this one for John Holding will be back and be heard from. But the one we heard the loudest from here is Life as It Comes, and Life as It Comes has come back in front of us, a 3-year-old 6-pack big gelding up by Sad Frog Farms. Clark Bealby is the trainer. Sammy Filia with 4 on the evening It's the first win on the year and the second lifetime. Life as it comes. 8th race, pound 2, life as it comes, 360, 280, 240. 3, Foul for Vanna, 740 and 430 and 8. Uncle Douglas, 330. $2 exactor, $20 dollar try, 33.30. Dollar super, 129.10. 20-cent super, 25.82. Eighth race, order finish in the top, 812-475-63. That's 812-475-63 on the bottom. Scheduled for the 9th race on post parade, the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals Parade. One is Eckerd Ally. Larry Kessel drives and trains and owns. And number 2 is All Star Willow. Brett Madonna for Matt Dupuy and Antonia Smith and Tony Arts. 3 is Lady Hamish. Austin Sorry for Stephen Doyle and Christine Doyle. 4 Dangerous Curves. Jason Ryan for Rod Boyd and McCann Stables. 5 is Captain Chloe. Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham. Number 6, Better Than Awesome. Sammy Filia for Cassidy Schneider and Dr. Steve Taylor. And number 7, Bunny Rabbit Hustle. Daryl Thiessen for Ty Robillard and James Barry. It's a field of 7 for race number 9. Let's get a look at number 3, Lady Hamish. And look, Lady Hamish is one that was racing in that non-winners of 3 last time out at Georgian Downs. That's a decent bunch and was a competitive 4th. Austin Surrey driving. Lady Hamish, I think, has got a pretty decent chance to go forward off that last one.
I agree, Gary. I think this daughter of Big Jim certainly has the class edge. She's got a win over Flamborough this season, 55-4, and that last start where she came home to be 4th. Nice back half there. You know, she's pacing her opening half 58-3, so she's coming her back half in 56 and change to be 4th there. So for sure going in the right direction, facing easier tonight, even money, and I'm going to expect that price to go even lower come post time.
Yeah, and I did anticipate her being the serious chalk in here. But, you know, this is still a race. I think there's some other possibilities, and you went to one of them, 5 Captain Chloe. Well, Captain Chloe, you saw this one win at London May the 9th. That last start here, yeah, I gave it up. But I think the thing to mention is the layoff in between.
Indeed, a little over a month between starts, so she for sure needed that last one. And there's that second time Lasix angle popping up again. Gary was adding Lasix for her latest. She did shave some seconds off her miles over London. She went from 2-minute speed over London to 56 over Grand River Raceway. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Captain Chloe fire off a trip tonight, 55. Maybe even 54 on her best day.
And she does have 5 wins and 11 starts, so she is one that's been able to find a way to win at a pretty decent clip. Number 2, All-Star Willow, is one that, well, that last start just never really got into the race. Now, you do see a back half, but it's just that the race was long gone and she was just trying to get something done. But that was only the 4th start of the year, and one that was competitive last year. In fact, had a win here in 56-4.
Yeah, she put up a bad line there late May over Flamborough, so she went on the qualifying list, and the qualifier came back out okay. There's nothing wrong with that mile last time out, just could never get involved, right? She's sitting near the back of the bus, and the half's not quick at all, just 58-2 over the river, so her own half is like a minute 1/5, so she's still coming her back half there, 57 and change, and expect her to be racing up close. Big price for that one right now, Gary. 19-1 is amazing.
Well, and she was 52-1 last time out, but that was understandable because the previous start got on the list, so people were probably taking a wait-and-see attitude, even though the qualifier was okay. Could be better, though, now with that one under her belt. One more to look at. How about number 6, Better Than Awesome? Now with Sammy on such a heater, maybe you've got to move this one up in your estimation, 14-1. But, well, Sammy's looking for his 5th win on the evening.
This is his final drive of the night. It's his drive for 5. This horse is 15-1. I think we got talking about this one last time out prior to that start where I said, you know, the 31 and 32 final quarters are not going to get you much in Ontario. Well, this horse actually paced home in 29 flat, shaving seconds again off of what she was showing in London. So taking a liking to Grand River Raceway, just like we said about the Steal My Sunshine back in race 7.
And her act is to blast out, and raced it from the trailer post last time out.
Indeed. So there you go. There's a couple of angles going her way. Going from the trailing spot, nose back on gate for a noticeable speed threat.
It's a field of 7 for the ninth race, and your top one, Lady Hamish, is that even money favorite. Eckerd Ally, All-Star Willow on the inside. On the center, Lady Hamish, Dangerous Curves, and Captain Chloe. And to the outside, Better Than Awesome and Bunny Rabbit Hustle. It's a field of 7. It's the ninth dash on a Friday night as we are gathered at the river. Field 4, the ninth race, is at the start, and they're off, and Dangerous Curves is going to come out well. Captain Chloe broke stride. Lady Hamish is out alertly. And then on the inside, Eckerd Alley, center of the track, Better Than Awesome, Bunny Rabbit Hustle, and All-Star Willow. But Dangerous Curves at 6-1 leads the 1-2 Lady Hamish by a length and a half. And racing third is Eckerd Ally. And then fourth is Better Than Awesome. Lady Hamish is going to step right out from second now and look to come on and grab the lead from Dangerous Curves. And Lady Hamish is 1-2 on the board and being driven like a 1-2 horse should. Dangerous Curves is racing position second. Then Eckerd Ally and Better Than Awesome is racing fourth. Then Bunny Rabbit Hustle and All-Star Willow and Captain Chloe. Off at 28-3, opening quarter. The field heads their way on up to the half, and it right now is Lady Hamish by a length and 3/4 over Dangerous Curves, and now All-Star Willow moving on the outside is going to come on and take over third. Eckerd Ally is on the inside and is fourth, and then Captain Chloe has recovered from an early break to race 5, and then Better Than Awesome and Bunny Rabbit Hustle. Lady Hamish leading as the field hustles their way on to 3/4. Lady Hamish and Austin Surrey is in command, leading by about 2 1/4. Dangerous Curves is holding on to second right now over All-Star Willow. Eckerd Ally is fourth on the inside. Then Captain Chloe, Better Than Awesome, and Bunny Rabbit Hustle. 1:27. They're going to have to hustle to catch Lady Hamish. Lady Hamish as the field turns for home. Lady Hamish, Dangerous Curves, and then Eckerd Ally and All-Star Willow. And they come on to the finish. Lady Hamish is under cruise control and is going to win it. Dangerous Curves is second. Then 3 across the track for third between All-Star Willow, Bunny Rabbit Hustle on the outside, and on the inside Eckerd Ally. But Lady Hamish was alone, home, and cooled out when they turned for home, winning under the wraps in 1:55-4, threw in a 28-4 final panel just for the heck of it, Sugar.
Just for the heck of it is right. Right to her mark of right to her mark. 1:55-4. I got looking at 2 or 3 other horses at the same time. But yeah, Austin Surrey, strictly under wraps here. Look, he's got a pretty good hold of her. She has not reached her bottom just yet. There's more to come for Lady Hamish, Gary.
And note the inquiry sign will be up pertaining to the break in stride of 2 All-Star Willow. But yeah, we're going to see, I think, Lady Hamish shave some more time. And look, even though Lady Hamish has only one win on the year, that win came 3 starts ago, comes back here with a win, and the win was in a non-winners at 3 at Flamborough. So yeah, Lady Hamish, I think, is going to be one that's going to be heard from now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, she's well-traveled too, right? She's been at Woodbine Mohawk Park, Flamborough, and Georgian Downs all within the last 6 weeks or so. So I think she's found a good home on the river. I think you're going to see a lot more of her there this summer, Gary.
You know what I think she's probably saying? I was at Flamborough and I heard that announcer. Then I went to Georgian to get away from him, and I heard him there, so I'm going to go somewhere else. And good luck, Lady Hamish.
She stuck with you, Gary.
Yeah, well, maybe she will stick here now because she's really got it going on. She's got a couple of wins in the past 4 starts. And look, said Sammy Filios hot. Well, Austin Surrey's been nothing but hot this year.
Leading driver in the nation for wins thus far in 2025, and he's won everywhere, right? He doesn't have to bring his track with him. He goes to the track, and he puts up multiple wins on numerous nights ever since the 1st of January.
Well, Lady Hamish was really impressive, was heavily bet, and then said, yeah, I can live up to that. 1-2 on the board. Lady Hamish romps in the 9th race, and a 4-year-old Big Jim Bay mare, owned by Christine Doyle, Stephen Doyle, the trainer. Austin Surrey, the winning drive. second win on the year. Fourth lifetime for Lady Hamish. Fans note the judges' ruling that no violations. Number 2, All Star Willow, will stand third. 3-4-2-7. Ninth race payouts: 3 Lady Hamish, $3 to $32.20. 4 Dangerous Curves, $4.20, $3.10. 2 All Star Willow, $5.50. $2 Exactor, $11.10. Dollar Try, $22.70. Dollar Super 100, $49.45. 20-cent Supers, $29.89. Ninth race, order finish from the top to 5312764. That's 5312764 on the bottom. Field for the 10th race on the Omega Alpha Pharmaceuticals post parade. One perfect smiley, Nick Stewart for Peter Christie. Number 2, Just Ask Joe, Garrett Rooney for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. 3 is Secret Seamus. Jason Ryan for Stephen Doyle and Christine Doyle. Number 4, Beach of an Era. Jay Hammersford, Jason Libyan, Brian Daly, and Doug Hastings, and Timothy Flynn. Number 5, Unlaced. Nick Boyd for Blair Burgess and Corinne Olson Burgess. Number 6, Smart Thinking. Scott Calder for Kim BX. And number 7 is Some Might Say. Daryl Thiessen for Robert Reed, Nicole Loeffler, and Kevin Stevens.
Nine's up.
9 is Jafar Dulac, Brett McDonough for Jim Flynn and Doreen Flynn. And number 8 will be Better Than Never, Austin Surrey for Francis Guillemette and Jean Drapeau. It's a field of a 9 for the 10th and final dash. It features the high 5, and there is the 8 joining us. And let's get a quick look at this field. And Sugar, one thing that's interesting, both you and Conley have 2 Just Ask Joe, and Ken Middleton and I do not have Just Ask Joe anywhere on our ticket. So 2 of us are right and 2 of us are wrong, or at least it would seem that way. We're going to see which 2 it is.
Well, right next to Just Ask Joe's name in my program, I've got an arrow pointing down, meaning dropping in class, tasting easier. Right next to the arrow, yes, indeed, I've got the word easier. That's why I've singled him out on the end of my multi-legs, and check out his body language right now. I love that look. This horse appears to be on go, and at 7-2, pretty good price for him. And when looking at the will pays for the pick 5, he's actually the favorite to complete the pick 5 ahead of 6 Smart Thinking and 5 Unlaced. The will pays are actually coming back really good on that pick 5 carryover.
Well, I think you like this horse so much that we can hear your sound repeating back to us because you want to hear yourself picking this too because you think you got the winner. Just Ask Joe. Look, I asked and you filled in the blanks. 7-2 on the board. Number 8, Better Than Never is Ken Middleton's pick, and post position 8. Well, last race was sitting about 8th at the quarter. Made a break.
Yeah, I just throw that one out. I mean, there was never a break in this horse's program lines before, so it's pretty easy to just totally ignore that. Before that, nothing but first or second throughout the program line. So looking for a big bounce back effort here.
And you saw an effort from post 7 at Western Fair, blasted to the front and just got picked up by 1, only beaten half a length back May 7th. So Better Than Ever might be gunning. Was last for the post break, but might be first at the quarter. How about number 5, Unlaced? You know, you could almost like this horse. In fact, why don't you tell me why I'm wrong to have this one on top?
Well, sort of to me, this is like a fringe player type horse. I mean, definitely going in the right direction. It likely the quickest mile that she's ever paced. Coming in her latest, right? 56-2 to be third over the Grand River Raceway 5/8, and that was coming from a long ways back. She's 7th and about 5 lengths behind at the half, and still 7th by 6 turning for home. So she's passing multiple horses, putting up a big last quarter. I like her for a top 3 threat. I just can't put her in the top spot.
Yeah, and she's been only a fringe player, so I'm taking a bit of a flyer here on Unlaced.
You
but
are.
But I'm getting 6-1, so off a horse with a good final quarter, but it might just be a case where he can't back it up. Number 6, Smart Thinking. You know, maybe we're not smart at all because maybe this is the one we should be taking. Last time out was moving very smartly late in the mile.
Big winner last time out to score in 56-1. That was at 20-1. And Robert Reed has told me and taught me over the years, when you miss a horse that pays big on a win ticket 1 week and then he's bet short the next week, you probably not go back to him. And that's why I've stayed off him. I've only got him pegged for 4th here.
Yeah, don't chase it. Number 1, Perfect Smiley, is where you're going to round out the ticket. And look at 15-1, but did land the top 5 last time out.
Nice chestnut here. I've got him pegged just to be best of the rest, and that's it. I mean, you're getting a 15-1 price. But I don't see this one on the lead in here. I see him racing up close and sticking around late for a piece of
Yeah.
the high five, Gary.
Yeah, and leaving out of post one, you can probably work out a decent enough trip that you just stick around and look. It's a high five, and he gave him a fifth one at 15-1. My top pick is 5 Unlaced at 6-1. But, well, you're right there with Just Ask Joe, Ewan Conley. Just Ask Joe and Ken Middleton's on number 8, Better Than Never. It's a field of 9. Perfect Smiley, Just Ask Joe, Secret Seamus on the inside, Beach of Never Unlaced, Smart Thinking in the center. Some might say Better Than Never to the outside. And Jafar Dulac from the trailing post. It's a field of 9, the final dash. Giddy up. Field 4, race number 10. Is at the start, and they're off, and from the outside, Better Than Never is going to blast, and also leaving out Perfect Smiley, Secret Seamus, and Just Ask Joe asked a little bit and is racing fourth right now for Garrett Rooney. Then Beach of an Era, Jafar Dulac, Unlaced is racing seventh. Then it is Smart Thinking, and some might say, but Better Than Never is better than the field. The opening quarter, 7-2 on the board. Perfect Smiley is racing second, 26-4. It was a solid opening panel, and that is Perfect Smiley, who's getting a trip from post one, racing second in behind Better Than Never. Secret Seamus third, then it is Just Ask Joe, and Beach of an Era. Jafar Dulac is racing sixth, and now Unlaced has been unleashed and is racing on the outside. Then it is back to Smart Thinking, and trailing the field is Some Might Say. Into the backstretch they go. Better Than Never have lively 55-4. Better Than Never, and Just Ask Joe now. And G Money has asked Just Ask Joe to move up and try to catch Better Than Never. Perfect Smiley is third. Then Secret Seamus and Unlaced is racing fifth. Then it is Beach of an Era. Smart Thinking still has a lot of work to do. Jafar Dulac and Some Might Say. Better Than Never is sharp as they race to three quarters. Better Than Never. Just Ask Joe, and then Perfect Smiley drops back a bit. Secret Seamus, and then 3 wide is Unlaced, and 4 deep is Smart Thinking. But the front two are getting away on the field. Better Than Never, and Just Ask Joe. Better Than Never of 3 quarters of 123-4. Strong fractions, and we'll see if Just Ask Joe can call or Better Than Never. Just keeps on going. Better Than Never was better than this field and wins for Austin Sorry. Just Ask Joe. Then Smart Thinking and Unlaced, and on the outside was Some Might Say, but 153-3. Better Than Never. Post position 8. Who cares? I'm better than this field.
Yeah, we said just ignore that latest, right? And wow, what a trip. Big opening quarter from the 8-hole, 26-4. For a new mark of 53-3 downtown at the river. Austin Sorry taking down the late daily double. Tell you what, Gary, these exactors are coming back hot. $39 for an 8-2 combination there.
Yeah, and look at, Better Than Never and Just Ask Joe, they're pretty logical in here. The two of you had Just Ask Joe and Ken Middleton with 8 Better Than Never. And also it's Austin Sorry and Francis Guillemette. You can kind of back that combination.
Oh, for sure. A hot combination. I know Francis has moved some horses on over the last week to other parts, but he held on to this one. He knows what he's got here. And again, it was all about the break last time. Might have steered people away, but a 7-2 price tonight. Great job, Ken Middleton, going right back to him.
I really thought that Just Ask Joe might track down Better Than Ever because those were very sharp fractions, 55-4, but he just didn't show any signs of letting up.
Oh, the body language of Better Than Never when coming in front of the grandstand, Gary. I said they're not going to beat this horse tonight. Yes, it was a nice push by Just Ask Joe down the backstretch, but Better Than Never kind of living up to his name, right?
And Smart Thinking was a closer last week to get the win, and was a good closer again here to pick up a third. And there's Unlaced, as you said, a fringe player. You were right, fringe player, and some might say.
Yeah, well, still, it should come back okay. Like when an exactor's paying like $9, that high five play should come back pretty good.
I think so. Have yourself a great weekend. We'll talk to you Monday.
Right on, Gary. Great job.
Back in front of us is the winner, number 8, Better Than Never. Better Than Never, 4-year-old Better Than Cheddar Bay Gelding, Austin. Sorry with the winning drive for Francis Guillemette, who trains and partners in ownership along with Jean Drapeau. Better Than Ever, victorious, 153-3 for a new career best. The 10th race payouts, 8 Better Than Never, $934.05. 2 Just Ask Joe, $330, and $250, and 6 Smart Thinking, $350. $2 exactor, $39. Dollar try, $86.90. The dollar high five, $843.60. A 20-cent high five is $168.72. Double, $20.70. Dollar pick 3, $29.25. And the dollar pick 4, $63.45. The 10th race order of finish from the top down. Perfect Smiley was 9th, and then it's a 2, 7, 8, 4, 3, 5, 1, 6. That's 9, 2, 7, 8, 4, 3, 5, 1, 6. Fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Friday evening. Action resumes here this coming Monday. Our first race will go to post at 6:20 p.m. And once again, note, this coming Monday, 6:20 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Josie Bean.
Good night, Gary.